Good morning. Can you hear us? The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. The time is 8:44, and we're going to be conducting a revocation hearing at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Today on the panel, to my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. Remote is Michelle Renatza. I'm Jerry Ledoux. I'm going to be serving as the chair. Could you state your name and your DOC number for the record, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Leonard Hendricks, 730-500.
Okay, just one moment.
I'm nervous.
They're gonna ask you if you have this. Yes. Let them know you do.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is going to be conducting hearings here at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today's date is Thursday, the 27th. I'm going to be serving as chair for this panel. To my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. Remotely, we have Michelle Renanza. We're seeing an inmate at the Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Would you introduce yourselves here at headquarters for the record?
Yes, Parole.
And we have some people there at the facility. Would you please introduce yourselves?
You're on mute. Lieutenant Murphy.
Okay, Lieutenant Murphy, I'll be asking you a question here shortly, okay?
Okay.
Sir, would you state your name and your DOC number for the record, first of all?
Michael Medell Stewart, 119852.
Okay, Mr. Stewart, do you have in front of you a parole revocation questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recognize your signature on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so today you have appointed counsel Scott Collion, and he is here at headquarters and will be assisting you in this hearing. I'd like, first of all, to also introduce your sister, Terrence Stewart, is here, and she would like to speak, and we will give her an opportunity to do that. But before that, Mr. Leonard, I'd like to ask you, Sergeant, what has his conduct been while he's been there incarcerated?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I can't honestly answer that because this is the first time I've ever had any interaction with him.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to go ahead then and allow your sister at this time to make a statement on your behalf. Ma'am, if you'll just go to the podium, address your comments to the panel.
To the panel?
To us.
I've never did this before.
That's okay. You'll be fine. Just tell us why you think that he should be released at this time.
Michael Stewart is my brother, and he's not a bad person. Even he lost a lot of people in his family by being incarcerated. Michael come home and did 38 years in prison. And he come home and I was all he had. And I tried my best to help him. And he had a job, I gave him jobs, and he was seeing psychiatry, and he was doing a whole lot of stuff. He was doing really, really good, and I was very proud of him. He worked for the city of Baton Rouge. He worked for Tony's. He was going to all his doctor's appointments, and I helped him get his own place. And I thought that he was fine with the girlfriend that he had, but I didn't see no signs, so I didn't know what was going on with that. But I believe he learned his lesson because he was in a ministry in church. My husband is an active pastor, and we tried to work with him, and we will continue to work with him. And I will mind and keep a close eye on my brother, and I just feel like he did his time and he give him another chance for him to come home so that I can better keep an eye on him and put him back in mental health or whatever he may need to better himself or whatever. And I'm just here for him. I'm just here for him, and I'm just hoping that he come home and this time he looks like he's full of medicine or whatever. But this time I'll keep him close. You know, thank y'all for having me here. And thank y'all for your talk. I love you. I hope.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah,
Mr.
you
Stewart, I'm gonna handle your case with your violations now that we've had someone speak on your support. Mr. Stewart, you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole in that you were involved in criminal activity, and it was evident by your arrest at Baton Rouge Police Department on 6/22 of 2024. You were arrested and booked to the Baton Rouge Parish Prison with the charges of domestic abuse battery with strangulation, 11/17/2024, and you pled guilty to the amended charges of domestic abuse battery. How do you plead in this case? Guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement?
I pleaded not guilty to my lawyer, to my attorney, but my parole attorney. I pleaded not guilty to my parole attorney, but
No,
Okay, so Mr. Collier is going to help you with this. Mr.
So
Collier.
we, again, just for the record, my name is Scott Collier, appointed, Taylor Gerard, this is probation parole officer. I met Mr. Stewart, we talked about facts of the case. It was, acknowledged that there was an incident with a girlfriend, putting hands on her, and I think that Mr. Stewart would acknowledge that he hated me. And so I think that's the statement he wants to make. Mr. Stewart, correct me if I'm wrong, is that a good way to sum up what happened?
yeah, some of what happened that I had did my time for what I pleaded guilty to, and I would like to be home with my family, to go home to my family.
And talked about what happened with your girlfriend, acknowledged that you did your hands on her and you pled guilty to that in, I believe, Meyer, correct?
Talk now?
Yeah.
Like I said, I would like to go home to be with my family. And I served the time for what I'm in here for.
I don't know if that's, just want to let you know my appreciation, Mr. Stewart, and I's conversation about this. Want to move forward on something else.
So,
I think that acknowledgement is what Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, it also alleged that violation number 10, in that you have not paid your fees and you are in arrears $1,008. How do you plead on that?
I don't know nothing about I paid the last time I went, I paid my fees. Last time I went to my parole officer, I paid my fees.
You owe $1,008. You want to plead not guilty or guilty?
Yeah, I'm gonna plead not guilty because the last time I went, I paid my fees then.
Okay. All right. Mr. Stewart, since you have been in this time, have you had any problems in the facility? Have you had any write-ups or any disciplinary problems?
No, I had a minor infraction, then I had a severe incident where I was crowded by 4 individuals. And they gave me stitches in my mouth, and my nose bleed real bad, and I had to get for my brain head, I had head tumors and all that there, but 4 individuals, they crowded me.
Okay, so tell, what kind of medication are you currently receiving for your
Oh.
mental health condition?
Oh, I'm not right now, I'm not on no kind of medication. They had stopped.
So you're not on any kind of mental health you've been evaluated, but you're
Right,
not
but-
on medication right now.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So do you understand that, that your violation of your conditions of parole would mean that you are returned to custody, and you understand how long you're going back? You understand what's going on today?
Yeah, I understand that I'm here for my plea agreement and before the board that the board was sending me back. That's what I was saying, that I don't deserve to be back in jail because I served my time. And I believe they calculated my time wrong, the length of time that I was in. They calculated it wrong. I had arguments due to that we go before a judge. I never been back to court on all my legal work and everything. They took the legal work and all that.
So you pled guilty to domestic abuse battery.
Yeah, and I done served my time for it. That's what I was saying. The only thing I would like to be home with my family.
Well, that's a violation of your condition of parole. I'm going to ask if my colleagues have questions.
No, sir, I haven't.
Yeah, I do. Mr. Stewart, whenever this incident happened with your girlfriend, well, let me rephrase that. Before you came back to jail there, where you're at now, when you were out on the street, were you taking any medication?
Yes, I was. My
And
sister,
so since you've been in jail, you haven't had that medication.
no, I haven't.
And so do you remember what happened with your girlfriend?
Yeah, I have a memory, but then I clearly remember. I have a memory of me telling her not to be disrespectful and not be rude in my apartment, screaming and yelling.
Right. Have you had any contact with her since then?
No, I haven't.
So she's no longer your girlfriend.
No, she's not.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ledoux. I have no other questions.
Mr. Stewart, based on your guilty plea of domestic abuse battery, my vote today is going to be to revoke your parole. Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
Ms. Renatza,
I concur.
sure. Stewart, I'm going to make note of my record that you need to, I know you've had 2 evaluations for mental health, and in one of them it says that you were prescribed Seroquel for that, but I'm going to go ahead and request that you be sent to mental health evaluation at Hunt so you can have better medication. Okay.
Well, how much time do I have to back up? I already did my time.
Don't do time, sir. Thank you very much.
That's all it is right there.
Huh?
That was it there.
Yep, they done with you. Grab your paper. I don't know. Got it, Dixon?
Just let me know you're ready.
You,
I'm just.
you just walking with him?
Okay.
All right, well, I just wanna make sure that, so the other guy
Good morning. The panel is at headquarters in Baton Rouge. And on the panel today, Mr. Freeman's to my right, Ms. Renatza is remote. My name is Ms. LeJew. Sir, would you state your name and your DOC number? You're muted, sir. We'll need someone to unmute you.
All right, go again, Richard.
My name is Richard Nixon, 1038.
Richard Nixon.
I think we're supposed to have Willie Carr next. Do you have him available?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we'd like to switch out.
Oh, he's-
It's in that. This is maybe, huh? You can leave it there. You can leave it there. They won't see Willie right now, Richard.
uh,
I'm already. But they won't see you.
oh, don't really work. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Carr, is that you
Yes,
before?
ma'am.
Okay, I'll reintroduce us. To my right is Mr. Freeman, remotely is Ms. Renatza, Ms. LeJew. We're your panel today. Do you have, go ahead and introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number.
Okay, my name is Willie Carr. My DOC number is 509486.
Okay, Mr. Carr, do you have before you paperwork that you completed called a parole revocation questionnaire?
Yeah,
That paper right there that's in front of you.
this one right here?
No, this one right here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
ma'am.
you utilize your signature.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you decide you wanted to hire an attorney today? You're not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and continue. I'm gonna ask Ms. Renatza to read the allegations against you, and she's conduct an interview with you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Carr.
How you doing today?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we're here for a revocation. You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. So I'm going to read the allegations and you need to make a plea of guilty or not guilty, okay? And then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
So you're accused of violating condition number 4, and it says you were granted parole or released on good time May 13th, 2020. It's 24. Was it 23 or 24?
It was April the 23rd, 2023.
That's what I got. So that's a typo. You were released on good time April 13th, 2023.
Yes,
On
ma'am.
June 19th, I'm on the wrong one. I'm sorry. That's why I had the wrong dates.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carr, hang on, let me get to your file. Here
Yes.
it is. So, it is alleged that you engaged in criminal activity when you were arrested August 10th, 2023,
Yes, ma'am.
and charged with the following offenses: battery of a dating partner with child endangerment, aggravated assault with a firearm, home invasion, and simple criminal damage to property.
Yes,
In
ma'am.
January 13th of this year, 2025, the charges of domestic abuse, aggravated assault, home invasion, battery of a dating partner with a child endangerment, and possession of a legal firearm by a convicted felon were dismissed without prejudice. So
Yes,
how do
ma'am.
you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
So tell us what happened August 10th.
Okay, August 10th, they came pick me up from my girlfriend's house. Me and her was staying together, the same address where they say I had a home invasion for, which I can't see how because this is my parole address. This is the same address that I paroled out to. And me and my girlfriend, we really just had an argument. It wasn't no type of argument to where no leaks was passed or nothing like that. And I guess she kind of felt kind of bad because I was trying to leave. She didn't want me to leave at the time because her 12-year-old niece had just got killed in Central. And I guess she wanted me to be there, and I really didn't want to be there, and I was just trying to leave. And when I left, she just called the police and told them all kind of lies against me.
So we're talking about Ashley Green.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, the police report, and there were witnesses, according to the police report, witnesses, and the witnesses were her sisters, Chantel and Lisa,
Yeah,
that
these are the same people that I
they
stand
were
out with.
there, that they were there,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you entered the house without permission during one of the kids' birthday parties.
I stayed there. I have a key to get in the house. I mean, this is my parole address.
Did you have a gun?
No, ma'am. That was my cell phone. I didn't have a gun at all. I don't even own a gun.
Why would she say that?
Man, I mean, I don't know, but she actually.
Why would her sisters say that?
I don't know. She actually wrote an affidavit stating that she
I saw
lied.
that. I saw that, but that's not uncommon for us to see
Yes,
a
ma'am.
victim of this type who recants their statements. It's not uncommon, even when it really did happen. So, I put a lot of credence in that.
I didn't have a gun though. That's my word. I really didn't have a gun. I don't even own a gun. That's my place of address where I was staying.
Right. She claims that you and she had broken up. It was the other way around. You're saying she didn't want you to leave, but she said in the file that y'all had broken up and you had a problem with that.
No, she lied about that part, because actually when the police got me out of the house where we were standing together. We had moved in the house together. From when I came home from there, that's the same place that I paroled out to. Actually was my parole address. And
how long have you known her?
We've been knowing each other for like 10 plus years.
Do y'all have a child together?
Yes, ma'am.
When's the last time you had contact with her?
I could probably say like after my charges got dismissed.
Which was in January?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I know that you've been in jail a long time over this.
Yes, ma'am.
Since 23?
Yes, ma'am. And
over a year and a half.
And I actually have like 5 certificates what I've been completing.
What are those? Tell me what they are.
I completed right here. This is a second chance. This is for like path of employment, and it's a certification of path of employment in an opportunity program. And I also have this one. This is seeking safety. And I also have a new one that's came out. It's the MOVE program, motivating offenders through vision and excellence, where we just started. This is a new program that just came out. I actually finished phase 1 and phase 2. I'm just waiting on my certificate for phase 2. I know things kind of seem kind of crazy with me right now, but I really have been trying to do what I need to do to get back to society, to my family. And I also have a social worker who I've been working with. She works with the capital area human resource that's right there by the probation and parole office. She helped me get through a lot of classes too, and I had signed up for outpatient for when I get out, I could go do like a 28-day rehab with them, and after you finish, they help you out with, Goodwill, with clothes. They help you out with
so yeah, you're trying to get out. You were only out. How much time did you do before you got released on good time?
6.5 years.
And so you were only out less than almost 4 months.
4 months,
when this
yes,
happened.
ma'am.
Well, actually, I think this event may have happened in July, so you were out 3 months.
Yes, ma'am. But I really take accountability for everything. But I really, like, a lot of the stuff that they said I did, I really didn't do. I didn't have a gun. The house that they accused I home invaded, I stayed there. That's the same house that I got arrested from. When the police arrested me, they even told me, like, how could they even have me on some of these charges when I didn't get caught with a gun? I never had a gun. They don't have me on camera entering the house with a gun. Like,
Is there camera? Does she have cameras? Whose house is it?
Yes, ma'am. It's our
Whose house is it?
It's our house. We had ring door cameras. They had cameras around the apartment. It's an apartment complex, and they never seen me entering the apartments with a gun. I never had a gun. And I'm doing
what your original charge is: possession of a firearm
Yes, ma'am.
illegal carrying rather
Yes,
of a
ma'am.
weapon when you were in with controlled dangerous substances.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's easy for me to believe that you had a firearm this day
Yes, ma'am. But I did
because
not.
because of your original charge, you know.
Right.
I'm
Yes,
just saying.
ma'am. I
So
can
let me
promise
ask you
I did.
this. All right, we're going to move on.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
I'm going to defer to my colleagues. I do have some concerns about you. I'm really glad that you're taking advantage of programs while you're there. You have been in jail over a year and a half.
Yes, ma'am.
What would be your plans if you were not revoked today?
If I'm not revoked, I've been going over a lot of stuff with my parents. My mom, she's sick right now, so she really needs me to be out there to help take care of her. But my uncle, he has his own truck business, and I be washing 18-wheelers and stuff with him. His name is AJ McManus. I can have a for sure job. As soon as I get out, I have a place to stay, and I really don't
Where
need.
would that be?
That would be with my mom. She was supposed to be on here today, but I think she had to work. She was supposed to, I think she had to work for like 6 this morning to 6 this evening. She was supposed to be on here today, but I don't know what happened. I don't think she was able to make it, but I have a for sure place to stay with my mom. I don't need to contact Ashley anymore. She's living her life. I can live mine,
What about the kid?
I just really want to check on my child, it's not like we have problems with each other, like I want to do it, nothing or anything. I really just really want to take care of my child.
All right, I will defer to my colleagues.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Carr.
You're welcome.
Mr. Freeman?
Scar, during the incident, was there any damage done in the house? I mean, did you damage a television?
Yes, sir. I was trying to take the TV down because the TV is actually mine. I had a receipt for it. That's why they dismissed it, because I had a receipt for the TV where I had paid for it.
And so you
I was trying to take it off the wall and accidentally broke it, so I just left it there. Because I was really trying to get all my stuff to where I could leave and go back to where I was gonna be staying there with my uncle, but I never got a chance to go back.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Carr, are you a first or third class offender? How many convictions have you had?
All my convictions are non-violent. I don't have any violent convictions under my record. I have all non-violent convictions. I'm not a violent offender.
When you were in previously, did you have any kind of anger management class?
Yes, ma'am. The certificate that I have right here, Seeking Safety, and the one for the MOVE program, both of them take up domestic violence and anger management. And I also have the one with second opportunity too.
Did they find a weapon in that home? Because I don't see.
Sir. No weapons was found at all. I didn't have a weapon. No weapon was found at all, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Knotts, are you prepared to vote?
Yes. I don't know what to do with you, Mr. Carr.
I promise you, if y'all was to let me go home today, I'll never be in this position again. I promise you, I'm gonna do everything I can to stay away from jail. I promise you that. I just want to get home to my family.
Well, I know, you weren't out for a long time. You are a first offender. They didn't find a weapon. The court dismissed the charges. We do have what we have in the record from Ashley. I believe something happened that day. I mean, if you were going to be taking down the TV off the wall, something was going on.
Yeah, because I was trying to get my stuff and
well,
was a little angry.
Well, there's a right way to do things, and that wasn't the right way. But you have been in jail a year and a half for this. I'm gonna do not revoke, return to supervision, add special condition. You have no contact at all with Ashley Green. If y'all have to, exchange the visits with the child, you family members can facilitate that. You and she do not have to have any contact with one another, and that you do enroll in an anger management class. I'm just one vote, but that's how I feel. Good luck.
Freeman.
Okay. I'm looking at how much time you've been in jail too, and there was no gun found. Or no mention of any, bruising or bleeding and stuff of that nature. So I'm gonna give you a chance also, like Ms. Renata, but I do want you to stay away from her. And to make sure you stay away from her, I want to add a condition that you be on electronic monitoring for 6 months at the cost of the department, not at your cost. You go around her, we're gonna revoke. Back on solid.
Mr. Carr, my experience is that when someone comes back for revocation, most of the time it's because of women and cell phones. I think you need to learn a lesson, and my vote is also going to be concur with my colleagues. That's the best advice I can give you, okay? So you have not been revoked. In lieu of revocation, you will be returned to supervision with some special conditions. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Nixon. You're before the Louisiana Committee on Parole. Today on the panel is Mr. Freeman to my right, Mr. Renatza remotely, and I'm Jerry Ledoux.
How y'all doing this morning?
You're doing okay. You want to state your name and your DOC number for us?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Richard Nixon, 10-11-38.
Okay. So I just have to ask a question. Let's see, you're 70-something years old. Did your mama name you that before or after the president was the president?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're here before this panel for a revocation hearing. I want to make sure that you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you that you recognize your signature.
Man, I can't see. I'm blind.
Okay. So you would not have signed that.
I have the questionnaire in front of him. And
Okay.
he did, it looks like somebody read the questions to him and he responded, and I even went over it with him before
Okay.
y'all came back on. And he did, it looks like they may have somebody may have put a pen in his hand and he wrote his name on the line.
Okay.
So
So
he does have the questionnaire, and he did sign it. And the question of can you read and write, it has about his eyesight.
okay, but he does not qualify for appointed counsel. Okay, so Mr. Nixon, we're going to go ahead and proceed. Today, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, and he's going to read out the allegations against you of your parole violation, and then you're going to answer his questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It is alleged that you violated condition number 4. You violated this condition as evident by your arrest on 9/9/24 or violation of protective order. This matter has also been through the 19th Judicial District Court, and on 1/14/25, you pled guilty to violating a protective order. How do you plead to that charge?
I plead guilty with a statement. See, when I got out of DCI,
All right, so
ain't
plead
nobody
guilty.
told me that I had a screening order. You know, I don't even remember signing a text order.
Okay, so you didn't remember there was a restraining order? I thought you said
No,
you knew
sir.
that.
No, sir, I don't even remember that. Cause I wouldn't never went there because I ain't thought I had one on me.
Okay, well, where will you go if you don't go there?
I got the address right here. I can't see. Can I give it to him to tell you?
Yes, sir.
It's 2075 McHugh Road in Baker.
Okay, who is that with?
That's my sister. Her name's Sandy Nixon.
And she's agreed to let you go live there?
Yes, sir. Y'all need a phone number?
No, sir. Do you realize now that you got a protective order and you have to stay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I got the copy. They gave me a copy of it in court.
Okay. Okay. I have no further questions.
Ms. Renatza?
So, Mr. Nixon, this
Yes,
is
ma'am.
Marvia. The restraining order is so that you have no contact with Miss Marvia.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were released, well, you went to the residence that she had. Why is that?
No, I went to my son's house, but she came around there, and then she walked me to her house.
So
Now,
so
when I got out-
she lives nearby where your son lives,
Yes, ma'am.
within walking distance?
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
Yes,
What is your
ma'am.
relationship with her? Is she your fiance?
Yes, ma'am.
She got 7 kids for me.
So you say you don't remember this restraining order, and it was done in March of 2018, and it says it never ever expires.
Right. When I went to court and Mel Bella court, then I ain't signed no paper or nothing. I don't even remember that restraining order.
Well, it says, I'm looking at it, I see where Judge Marabella signed it, but I also see your printed name on the form. Now, if you can't see, you know, somebody may have helped you do that.
Oh.
But it's there.
Yeah.
And you were there, obviously.
Yeah, I remember.
So how is that going to work? You can't see her. You can't be around her.
But I'm about to. I'm moving. I'm moving with my sister, man. Y'all give me another chance.
Oh, with the sister. That's right. You did say
Yes,
with the
ma'am.
sister. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
How can you assure me you're not gonna get back around this lady? I mean,
Yeah. So I swear to you, I ain't coming back. You ain't gonna have no problem not me no more. I was there.
you think I would have problems out of you this time? Okay, I have no questions. You have any questions?
Since you've been there, have you taken any kind of classes or anything, Mr. Nixon?
No, ma'am. I've been going to church. I graduated from church here.
Well, the Bible says don't lie. You know, we're gonna
I
have
ain't lying, ma'am.
stay away from your fiance. You can't
Yes,
be your
ma'am.
fiance. You don't have contact.
How long did you stay with her? How long did you actually live there before you got arrested?
About 15 years.
No, I'm talking about this time. When you got out, she walked you over there. How long did you stay there for a few days?
No, sir. I was at my son's house, and I went to the parole office Monday morning, and then that's when they locked me up in the parole office. Me and my daughter went.
All right.
Hey, Mr. Freeman, are you prepared to vote?
Yes, I'm ready. Okay, Mr. Nixon, I was assigned your case. I'm gonna vote first. You know, this restraining order cannot be violated.
Yes, sir.
That is, obviously, they had some bad things go on in the past for you to have a 99-year restraining order.
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna let them check out your sister's residence.
Yes, sir.
Go live with your sister. I'm gonna put you on electronic monitoring. I do not want you anywhere around that house. If your son wants to see you, he comes see you at your daughter's house.
My sister's house.
Sister's house. You do not go to your son's house.
Yes, sir.
Understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a break because you've been in there 6 months and obviously there was a little confusion about the restraining order, but there is none anymore.
Yes, sir.
So you'll be placed, I'll add the condition of electronic monitoring. My vote today is to do not revoke.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nodson?
I agree with Mr. Freeman. My vote is also do not revoke with the same conditions.
I'm gonna vote to not revoke, but Mr. Nixon,
Yes, ma'am.
that's it. You're a sixth offender. No more. No more.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll be on electronic monitoring until, did you specify a time?
No, I want to go on electronic monitoring.
Okay, you'll be on electronic
Until
monitoring.
the agent feels it.
And the agent will make a decision about when you can come off of that. So you've been returned to supervision. Good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Richard. Hold up. All right.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is reconvening at headquarters in Baton Rouge. The time is now 10:03, and we are at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Sitting on the panel today, to my right is Mr. Freeman, remote is Ms. Renatza, and my name is Ms. Ledoux. Sir, would you state your name and your DOC number for the record? You're muted.
Yes, good morning. My name is Leonard Hendricks, DOC number 730500.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Hendricks, you're before this panel as a first-class offender. You're currently serving a 10-year sentence for home invasion. You have a parole eligibility date 2/6/2025, a good time date of 1/7/26, and a full term date of 8/6/2027. Does that sound correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, I would like to ask before we get started for you to explain to this panel why you're currently incarcerated and why do you think that we should provide you consideration for early release?
I'm incarcerated for committing the crime of home invasion in 2017. The reason why I considered being eligible for parole or being granted for parole is because like during my incarceration, I completed multiple educational and vocational programs, from the Steve Hall program to living in balance, anger management, a welding program, which I got a certificate of completion for welding. I also, during that process, I did I was an instructor, which was teaching other welders how to weld and complete their trade. I have a full support system. I'm currently at East Baton Rouge work release. I'm employed at a company called Command Services where I sandblast and paint. I feel like I'm fit for society. I know my rights and my wrongs. I know what I did was pretty wrong and a bad decision. I'm also sincerely sorry for the victim family, and the community, and the impact that I had on those. And also my family. So I just want to take a consideration of getting the good chance to be back in society.
So I think that you have done some good programming, but I'd like to also address the fact that although you have gained 360 days of good time, you lost 375 days of good time.
Yes,
based
ma'am.
on non-compliance with institutional rules and regulations. And several of those were rules number 1, contraband.
Yes, ma'am.
You had a cell phone write-up as late as 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
During the beginning of my incarceration, it was like a bumpy road of trying to understand the process of being incarcerated. This is my first time being incarcerated. So I was following, I want to say, bad examples of people that I idolized. And it was a learning process. And the more I looked into it, I started to see that the ones I was idolizing was illiterate. And I've never been that type of person. So it was a big learning process that the more I keep going on the same path of doing the bad things or violating, and I started to see that I wasn't gonna go home as soon as I thought I was. I kept on getting set back. So it just came to a realization and a reality check.
Okay. Did you ever take the program Thinking for a Change?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Must have taken it after 2022 because this conduct is unacceptable. Mr. Freeman or Ms. Renatza, do you have any questions?
I do. Were all of your write-ups for cell phones? Was the contraband something else too?
Something else too.
What was the something else?
Self-mutilation.
I saw that. Okay, what did you do? What was the self-mutilation?
Getting a tattoo.
Oh, okay. And all of your contraband write-ups, so were they all cell phones or was there some mojo in there? Anything else?
Yeah, mojo as well. Drug related. I
When
would
was-
think. Green leafy substance.
Yeah, I know, but when did you do the mojo? When did you have it?
That was probably 2019.
And when did you finish Ship Shop? When did you finish your drug rehab?
I finished that in the beginning of my sentence. Probably 2018.
Okay, so you used drugs after you had been through the program.
Yes, sir.
I haven't.
Ms. Renatza, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. So the last write-up was in 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And I see where you did have 45 of those days restored.
Yes,
Of the
ma'am. I
lost
was
good time. Have you applied for any of the rest of it?
I've been currently like submitting restoration of good time, and they only give me like increments
Right.
like during each form. So I'm in the process of like I continue to do that.
Okay. So have you just started that process?
No, I've been doing that process for about 7-8 months.
While you've been at East Baton Rouge?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been at East Baton Rouge for about 4 years now.
Okay. All right. And you were it looks like you were moved out of the work release program. So let's see, you were initially signed there in October of 23, and for a little period of time this month, it looks like you were transferred out of work release, and now you're back just for a few days. What was that about?
I was transferred from Southwest Transitional Work Program to
Yes.
East Baton Rouge here for a job in my trade, which was welding, but I wasn't eligible. I wasn't work eligible at the time. So they just had me here as a Class A trustee.
I see. Okay. All right. All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hendricks, I feel like your ability to follow the rules while you're incarcerated is very indicative of your ability to follow the rules on probation. It looks like you have a good time date of January of next year. My vote is going to be to deny based on your lack of institutional progress in terms of your behavior. Mr. Freeman?
I concur. You had the Ship Shop program. You used drugs afterwards. Every bit of good time you get back is going to move your date up. So you don't have much longer. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Hendricks, I'm really pleased to see that you figured it out. Obviously you have, because it's been the 3 years since the write-up. And that's why I asked you if you started looking at, getting your good time restored, because as Mr. Freeman said, that's going to help you move that January date forward. But today I'm going to concur with my colleagues. My vote today is to deny. I do wish you well and good luck to you.
Thank you.
And now the time is 10:12 and we're closing out our hearings there at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Okay, the time is now 10:21. We're impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. We are seeing offender at Richland Parish Detention Center. Is there anyone at Richland that can introduce themselves as being staff?
Oh, yes, ma'am. My name's Lieutenant Kraft.
Okay, Lieutenant, thank you for being with us. Today on the panel to my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. Remote is Ms. Cheryl Renatza. My name is Ms. Jerry Ledoux. Sir, would you please, the offender, state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Yes, Terrence Andrew Green, DOC number 757514.
Okay. Mr. Green, you're before this panel for a parole hearing. We find that you're a second-class offender. You're currently serving a 10-year sentence. You were actually out and were revoked. You had simple burglary, bank fraud, identity theft are some of your charges. You have a parole eligibility date, June 16th, 2025. Adjusted good time date, 6/15/2026, and a full term date of 12/15/2032. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you currently serving in the transitional work program?
Yes, ma'am. I am currently on work release. Yes, ma'am.
Let you know that we have several people in support of you today. Jacqueline Langley, your mother, Frank Green, your father, and Tiara Green Chong, your sister, and they would like to speak on your behalf. Before I go to them, I would like for you to tell the panel why do you find yourself incarcerated today, and why do you think we should consider you for an early release?
Yes, ma'am. I find myself incarcerated by a string of bad decisions and bad choices. I forgot a lot of my core integrities that I got from the military as far as honor, integrity, and discipline, and that landed me where I am right now. I feel that I'm a prime candidate for parole because I stayed out of trouble during the time I've been incarcerated. I've taken part in programs that, even though they weren't good time programs, they did help me to change my way of thinking as far as the Change the World program and the anger management program. And I haven't had any written up for anything. I haven't gotten any disciplinaries. I've been on a straight and narrow while I've been incarcerated to ensure that I'll be placed in front of y'all today.
I'd like to, Lieutenant, he has finished his anger management, and I don't see that he's been credited for that in his master prison record. Could you make note and pass that along for review?
Yes, ma'am. He does. Now he got that from he got that from Cato. I know it's free, but he got it from, that's where he got it from, was Cato Correctional Center.
Now, you can move it along the chain if you don't mind. We'll do it on this end as well. So Mr. Green, thank you for those comments. I'm going to ask if you, your mother would like to speak first on your behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
Just let us know what you'd like for us to consider.
This is so difficult because I see the change in him. I know who he was before all these things occurred, who he became and who he is now. And I see the sincerity in him. And when I speak to him, when he calls and we have conversations, he's remorseful for what he's done. He understands the wrong that he's done that landed him there. But he has done everything right. He has done everything to get back on track. And I just ask that y'all give him another chance.
Thank you. I know it's hard. Thank you for that. Mr. Green, the father. Okay, I think you're on mute. Can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What would you like to tell the panel?
I'd just like to let the panel know that he has the full support of his family. And taking into account his military service, I think he should be granted a second chance.
Okay. Thank you. Now the sister, Tiara.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, my video messed up. I just want to say thank you for allowing him the opportunity to get a second chance, ma'am. He 100% has my support in this matter, and I've seen it changed. We weren't close for a few years because of the road that he went down, but now he's like one of my best friends, and I've seen the change in him. I know I want him to do better. He's gonna do better. He's missed so much that happened in my life, my mom's life, our dad's life. He just missed a lot. One of the biggest accomplishments for me, I became a federal officer. So my standards are extremely high. He understands that there's no going back. He needs to move forward. He has the discipline, the training, the everything that he needs to go forward. And he, again, like he said, we have all the support. He has all the support in the world through the family, ma'am. And I just thank you again for allowing us to speak.
Thank you for joining us. Right. Mr. Green, I'm going to ask Mr. Freeman to do the interview with you first.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Green.
Good morning, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, do they offer any good time classes there?
No, sir, not at this current moment.
Okay, so there's no good time classes available to you. Okay, and how long you've been there?
I've been here for a little over a year now.
Okay, and how have you put up any money since you've been there?
I've managed to save a little bit, sir. Not much, but I've saved a little bit.
Okay, have you been sending some home or you've been spending it at commissary?
A little bit of both, sir. I've actually sent some home, and you know, I do gotta eat, so I spent some on commissary.
I got you. Okay, and how long you was in the military?
I was in the military for 10 years.
Wow. You serve any combat missions?
Yes, sir. I got 3 tours to Iraq, OIF 1, OIF 2, and Operation Enduring Iraqi Freedom.
Okay, I want to thank you for your service. I want to tell you that.
Service, yes.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Okay, who are you going to live with?
I was going to stay at the Veterans of America in Shreveport, Louisiana. It's a veteran shelter where they provide assistance in classes, financial assistance, and they also have a re-nesting program that will certify you to get the HUD-VASH voucher.
Mhm. All right, and do you have a job lined up, or you gonna keep the job you got?
I was gonna try to seek employment using my electrical apprenticeship license. They
Okay.
also have job placement at the VOA shelter where I'll be staying at.
Okay. You do have opposition from the sheriff's office, from law enforcement, and the attorney general, as to be expected. So you break into a bunch of storage units, is that correct?
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?
You were breaking into storage units?
The people that I was around, yes, sir, they were breaking into storage units. Yes, sir.
Okay, and obviously wrote some bad checks out of a checkbook y'all found?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was it because of drugs that you were doing this? I mean, why? Why would you?
Yes, sir. It was due to drugs and again bad decisions. I just lost my way, and I was hanging around a bad crowd, and I got caught in the mix, and I forgot who I was as a person.
Okay, And you did take I saw a 20-week drug program you were in. I mean, it didn't give you credit, but you were in it.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
The Change the World program. It was 20 weeks. I actually graduated and completed and became a facilitator of the program.
Correct. Correct. I have no further questions, Mr. Green. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nasa?
I have no questions.
So I need for clarification, did you finish pre-release? Have you completed the 100-hour required pre-release?
Yes, ma'am. I did complete it.
Got credit
I have the certificates right here.
for pre-release. Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Freeman, when you're prepared to vote.
I am prepared to vote. Okay, Mr. Green, I vote first. Your interview was terrific. It really kind of altered my thinking. I mean, you're talking well, you got a good head on your shoulders. My vote today is going to be to give you a chance. I'm going to grant you parole. And I want you to go to that veterans home, and they should have AA meetings there. I want you to attend 3 AA meetings per week for the first 6 months. And after that, your parole officer can decide if you need them anymore, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
I appreciate it.
That's just one vote.
Yes, Mr. Green, I too want to thank you for your service. I agree with Mr. Freeman. My vote today is to grant. You have great family support. You have a good plan with the Veterans of America situation in Shreveport, and I agree with the requirement for AA meetings. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
And I'm going to vote to grant as well. Mr. Green, you have a lot going for you. You tap into those core values and stay off the drugs. I think you're going to do fine, and we wish you well. You've been granted parole.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We're going to sign off now at 10:34. Thank you so much there at the facility.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
right. Good morning. The time is now 10:39 and the Committee on Parole is impaneled in Rouge. We are seeing an offender at River Bend Correctional. And so state your name and your DOC number.
Kemp Johnson, 735557.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, the parole panel today consists of Mr. Freeman to my right, Ms. Renatza remote, my Jerry Ledoux.
Yeah.
Could you sit back? I can't see your face. Thank you very much. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you that you saw? Hey, would you look at the screen and we're going to put up a questionnaire. Do you see your name signed there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire an attorney?
No, ma'am.
So we're going to begin questions. You've got several. You've got one parole violation against you, and Ms. Renatza is going to explore that with you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to read this allegation, and I'd like you to plead guilty or not guilty, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. It's alleged that you violated condition number 4 of your parole conditions. And it says you were granted parole May 13th, 2024. On June 19th, 2024, while at the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison, you were arrested and given an add-on charge of simple battery for an offense that took place on June the 2nd while in the prison. This charge of simple battery constitutes a violation of your parole due to the incident occurring after May 13th, 2024. And then it says that in October of 24, you pled guilty and were sentenced to 6 months in parish prison. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4 of your parole conditions?
So that's a big question. I mean, everybody have their reasons on why they plead not guilty and guilty, right? But I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna have to plead guilty because I got to accept the fact that I had to do what I had to do.
Tell us what happened.
And I'm the only one, I'm the only person from New Orleans in East Baton Rouge jail. So it was kind of hard for me to get on the phone and stuff. So when I do get on the phone, somebody always coming to me and telling me to get off the phone. Like they had a phone line and it'll be early in the morning. So I was feeling like by me not being from around there, I kind of had it hard in the parish. Like I ain't in my parish jail. So by me being the only person from New Orleans in BR, it's like it's treating me like I'm not wanted here. So he hung my phone call up and we fought.
Well, wasn't there more than just you involved in it?
Yeah, it was me and some others. See, the other ones that helped me, they felt like that person was wrong for doing what he was doing. And that was the only people I was really, coping with talking to in that parish.
All right. Well, and you were being held on another simple battery. You were being held in East Baton Rouge for another simple battery, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, sir. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty.
Thank you.
Raymond, any questions?
Mr. Kemp, has that other battery charge ever went to court? Did they ever do anything?
No. Yeah, they dropped it. You talking about the 2nd degree battery? They dropped that one.
They dropped that. Okay. Thank you. I have no questions.
I don't have any questions. Ms. Renatza, are you prepared to vote?
I am. Mr. Johnson, my vote today, based on your plea of guilty today, your guilty plea when you went to court, I find you guilty of violating condition number 4 of your parole conditions. So my vote today is going to be to revoke your parole. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're no longer in East Baton Rouge and that you're where you're at. Hopefully that works out better for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Raven.
I concur, Mr. Johnson, because you did get in the fight. I understand why. But you'll be out shortly because you have a good time date coming up. But my vote today is to.
Mr. Johnson, my vote is to revoke parole. I would encourage you to learn some tools on how to handle conflict. You've been revoked today. We wish you well. And the time is now 10:44, and that concludes our business at Riverbend. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
That pressing buttons is sheep.
The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in headquarters in Baton Rouge. The time is now 10:51. We're hearing an offender at CATAHOULA Correctional Center. On the panel today, to my right is Mr. Freeman. Remote is Ms. Renat's son, Ms. Jerry Ledoux. Could the offender please, we're at CATAHOULA Correction. Would the staff there introduce yourself?
My name is Lieutenant Kathy Townsend.
Okay, Ms. Townsend, thank you very much. Would the offender please identify yourself with your name and your DOC number, please?
Edward Garrett, 753521.
Mr. Garrett, you're before this panel today as a first felony offender, serving a 5-year sentence for carnal knowledge and indecent behavior with juveniles. You have a parole eligibility date, 10/7/2024. You're not eligible for good time release, and you have a full-time date of January 7th, 2026. Does that sound correct to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
We do have several members in support here. We have Dr. and I don't want to say the last name incorrectly. Would you introduce yourself, Dr. Mike?
I'm Dr. Mike Fulgens.
Okay. Family friend, you have Edward Garrett Jr., your father, and Gerald Davis, a family friend. You do have a member in opposition, and they will be able to speak last. Before we get started hearing from those individuals, I would like to ask you, sir, could you let us know, tell this panel why you find yourself incarcerated and why we should consider early release?
I find myself incarcerated because I made a very bad decision that it hurt me, it hurt people involved, the victim, family, my family and friends, and it was a very bad decision on my part that I'm very hurt by. And I ask for forgiveness from everyone that I'm involved with, also from God as well.
Why should we consider you for early release?
Because as my time here, I realized that the decision I made put me here, and it was my decision that I made. And while my time here, I took the time to reflect and think on the thing that I did. And I took time to keep myself involved in the facility and doing things so I could help other people, so I can better myself. When I am released, I'll be ready for society and also be able to still help people when I get out. I learned what I learned from being incarcerated.
At this time, we will hear from your father first, Edward Garrett Jr. Would you like to make a statement on your son's behalf? Mr.
Yes,
Garrett?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I just miss my son, and he's a great son. He always made me and his mother proud. He never failed us before, and he always helped other people. During I played basketball and I didn't get to really go to college, but my dream was for him to do the same and make it to college. And he did. He played, he graduated. And after that, he started teaching. And he and I, we started helping kids. And I'm just proud of what he had accomplished and to try to get that back in focus. I could really use him home because I'm having issues at home, myself and my wife, and he's needed. And thank you.
Thank you for joining. We also have Dr. Mike.
Thank you. And thank you for your service. I appreciate everybody serving on the board. I've served on the State Bar of Texas Advertising Review Committee 3 terms, been the president of the Diocesan Catholic School Board. My father was the district attorney for juvenile court in Lake Charles, Louisiana for Calcasieu Parish, and often brought me as a teenager. And he always said, we're here to help kids get a better life, and if appropriate, a second chance, and I appreciate that. I've also served 9 years on the Crime Stoppers Board here in Beaumont. I taught high school chemistry. Doobie was a teacher and a coach. I coached kids, boys and girls 6 to 17, my father and daughter. I was a principal of the State Gifted Children's Program. So I know the challenges and the temptations that you face as a young teacher, and as a teacher, doesn't excuse anything. And my heart goes out to the victims. I do want to give you a flavor for Doobie from his coaches that I talked to, George Price and Dave Simmons at McNeese State. Doobie always had a smile, great teammate, never got a technical foul, never was in a fight in all the college games he was in, and he was all conference in the Southland Conference. He worked as an assistant coach at McNeese after he graduated. He took a higher paying job in high school in Westlake, but the respect for his coaches for him and how he carried himself, how he worked with teammates, how he taught when he was a teacher at McNeese State will be there with George Price and Dave Simmons. I saw that when I sponsored and helped out at our low-income YMCA in Beaumont, where I met Mr. Garrett. And Doobie would volunteer there and was very helpful. Mr. Garrett and I have stayed in touch for years. His wife, Cora, is not in good health. Mr. Garrett and I talk. Doobie's daughter graduated from McNeese, was on the dance team. And I think he could be a great asset to society if given a second chance. But I do not know what has transpired other than hearing from Mr. Garrett since he was incarcerated. And so that part you have to weigh in this. But I'm giving you some context to the Doobie Garrett I knew and others knew during that time frame. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we have also Gerald Davis, family friend. I believe you're on mute.
Okay, let me see. I'm trying to work this technology to unmute. Oh, can y'all hear me now? Hello, how y'all doing? I'm actually, my name is Bishop G.W. Davis. I live right next door to Doobie and his mom. And I was his dad's mom's pastor. She passed, and I was his mom's pastor before they passed. And I've been living next door to him for about over 15 years now. And I've observed Doobie for myself. And I don't know the circumstance surrounding or whatever happened with his case. But personally, myself, from being involved with this family, observing Doobie with his daughters that he raised, not only his daughter and his son, but his stepdaughters. He raised them also of his wife, that he raised those girls. And Jordan that Mr. Garrett talked about, she graduated from college. His other daughter, she's She's married. She's living over in Orange. So I don't know the particulars, but I do know that Doobie is a great guy, and I believe in my heart that we all have stumbled somewhere along in life. But Doobie's never been in trouble in a day in his life. He has no record or anything for no offenses. So I plead with the pardon board to have some compassion, to give him another chance to come out and revamp his life. He's coached many of girls and stuff like that. And I'm not negating what happened to the young lady. I can't speak about that, which I don't know, but I know she has some hurt. Also, we just asking for forgiveness, we asking for mercy, and we asking for compassion, not only for him, but also concerning the young lady that went through this experience. And thank y'all, and God bless.
This time we'd like to hear from Mr. Ken Flew, the victim's father.
How are y'all today?
Good.
Just sitting here listening to what's been said. I understand that Doobie comes from a caring family. Daughters are doing well, kids are doing well. But there's some things that stood out. Yes, I believe that everyone deserves a second chance. I do. But my daughter doesn't have that second chance to enjoy her senior year either, after all this stuff started up in the summer of 2018. She doesn't get a second chance. My daughter wasn't physically involved with him. It was pictures and grooming. There were some other girls that just didn't want to get involved, so I can't say that this is just an isolated event. I'm not the father of the one that he had sex with, and I talked to him occasionally, and they don't get a second chance. Just 8 days ago, Governor Landry was quoted in saying that, and get his quote right here, said Louisiana will always prioritize victims over criminals, law and order over lawlessness, and justice over the status quo. And the way I see this is just status quo. These offenses started pre-2018, and he didn't get accused until 2019. Whatever happened in the past, I got my own opinion about that, but I won't go into it. Court was put off until like 2021. Even then, the judge was given that the lawyers agreed to 14 months. And we'd already lived through over 2.5 years of dealing with this, and he was going to get 14 months. Judge came back a few months later and said 5 years. This is way less than what should have been given to him anyway. So he's get extra time out of prison. He gets a sweet deal, gets still a pretty sweet deal with 5 years, which could have been a lot longer. And now we're going to cut it down even further. This is just status quo for this situation. I understand he's going to get out someday, and that's fine. He doesn't need to be in there beyond what he's been sentenced. That's out of my hands. But my daughter, we couldn't even go on vacation and enjoy it right after she graduated, because we went to Europe and she couldn't even be around other guys that were on the bus and stuff. It was ugly. It was really ugly. So there's been some problems in that. So he can move on, but a lot of these victims are having problems with it. And I understand that he has support, and that's wonderful. I hope you do get with those people and things do get better, but I mean, we're still dealing with this as a family, and as, you know, how are we going to go on from here? What's it going to look like? So I understand all these things. I can and will forgive him. I mean, it doesn't mean I have to have anything to do with him, but I would like for the board to consider, you know, fulfilling what was sentenced to him instead of just status quo, cutting back and letting things go. And I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Um, um, Mr. Flew, alluded to, you did have 6 counts, against you, Mr. Garrett. At this time, we're going to allow, Ms. Renatza to begin our questioning.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Flew, for your remarks and your comments. We do appreciate you participating today, and all of you who have participated. Mr. Garrett, and I agree with your father that you have achieved some accomplishments, but in your statement, when you first got started, you said you made a bad decision. And you've suffered, and others have suffered, but it was more than one bad decision. Would you say? Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it wasn't just one victim. I mean, we have the record, and there were multiple victims. And what's concerning to me is, you in your teaching capacity, you betrayed the trust of your community and all the students. Now, and I do appreciate what Dr. Fulgens has said and provided context for us, and your upbringing and your career as a teacher. So let me ask you, but he did defer to us on what you've done since you've been in prison. So, and I will agree with Mr. Flew. I think you got a pretty sweet deal. Now, I know you're at CATAHOULA, right? Is that where you're at? Is that where you're housed?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know what kind of programs they have there, but the program that is important to me and you is sex offender treatment. Have you been afforded the opportunity to for that treatment program?
Oh, ma'am, I've been in CATAHOULA my entire incarceration.
The whole time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about victim awareness? Is that program available there?
No, ma'am. The only program I've been involved in is Life Healing Choices.
Okay.
And I got my OSHA's training, my OSHA safety card, and my forklift certification. And I also been a trustee for going on 2 years now. I'm right now in commissary.
Good. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't, lacking, and also pre-release. I don't see there where you got the 100 hours pre-release, and that is a requirement of law now. Lacking the sex offender treatment and the programs that are required by law, I'm not in a position to grant you any relief today. I can make a recommendation that you be moved to a facility that offers the sex offender treatment. I think it's important for you to dig deep and figure all that out, why this happened, before you release. The full term date, Mr. Flew, his release date will be January 7, 2026. That's his full term date. Mr. Garrett will have some challenges with the requirements for sex offender registration and all the things that go along with that. Anyway, Ms. Ledoux, I'm going to just offer my vote at this time and then defer to you all. My vote today is going to be denied because he lacks the opposition. Of course, it's been expressed, but he lacks the programs that are required.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is the same. He needs a sex offender program plus victim and law enforcement opposition.
And I also vote to deny parole based on the abuse of power over minors and lack of training in sex offender reentry. So today, by unanimous vote, your parole has been denied. Wish you well. And it's 11:09 and we're signing off there at CATAHOULA.
Thank you.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. And we are currently at Plaquemine Parish Detention Center. Would the staff there introduce yourself, please? Staff at Plaquemine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Good
hear
morning.
you.
Can y'all hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you please introduce yourself?
My name is
I'm
Ray
sorry,
Riley.
we don't have any volume on your end.
My name is Ray Riley. I'm the Victim Assistance Coordinator for Plaquemines.
Okay. And what about the staff at the facility?
My name is Janice Sonji. I'm a deputy for Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sanji. I have a question for you in a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
So we are seeing Ms. Reva Parker. Ms. Parker, would you please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Hi, my name is Reva Parker. My DOC number is 776126.
Ms. Parker, let me introduce the panel to you today. To my right is Mr. Freeman. Remote is Ms. Renatza. My name is Ms. Ledoux. You're before this panel as a first-class offender for a vehicular homicide. You have a parole eligibility date 10/17/2025. You have an adjusted good time date 5/5/2026 and a full term date 9/20/2027. You're serving 5 years and 6 months. Today we do have several people who are joining us for this hearing. We have Robin Parker, your mother, in support. We also have in opposition Debbie Dean, victim's wife, Tamori Tullier, victim's daughter, and Kevin Frederick, family attorney. And thank you, Ms. Ray Riley, with the 25th JDC Victims Group, for also being there in support. At this time, Ms. Parker, I would like to ask you to address this panel and tell us why you find yourself incarcerated today and why we should consider an early release.
To answer your question, I find myself being incarcerated for the crime that I committed with removing Mr. Dean from his family. I'm terribly sorry that I put him in my problem. There's no words that I can say to ever replace Mr. Dean. And I'm truly sorry. I've really been working on my rehabilitation as well as my sobriety. I realized that I shouldn't have taken anybody's life for value. I should have been more thoughtful in my actions.
And why should we consider you for early release?
I feel as though that I should be eligible for early release because I feel as though I still have a chance to prove to the society that I'm able to live a more sober life. I now realize my faults in life. I like who I've become now, the sober Reva. I like the relationships that I've built with my kids, as well as telling other people about my mistakes that I made that I wish that I wouldn't have made. Every night when the lights go out at 10:30, I think of Mr. Dean. Not a day goes by, a Father's Day, a Christmas, a Thanksgiving goes by that I don't think of Mr. Dean and how I ruined his family's life. Not so much of his family life, but my beautiful daughter, that I took my life away from theirs. And I just want to say again, Miss Debbie, and Miss Cheryl, I'm sorry.
You need to speak to us. You're not allowed to speak to them, but thank you for your feelings. So I think at this time, we can hear from the offender's mother. And if you'll let us know what you think about your daughter and her reentry. You still need to unmute.
Mute.
I
There.
apologize. Good
That's
morning,
fine.
everyone. Thank you for being here. This is a horrible occasion, yet it can also become a fruitful occasion. My name is Reva Parker. I'm Reva's mother. It's a sad occasion that we're here. Reva have been provided support through me as well as her family, her daughters, because my background is psychology. I have 2 masters and everything but a PhD for clinical psychology. And I'm prepared to have things in place in the event you decide to release Reva early, or whenever Reva is released, Reva will be provided an opportunity to make better of her situation. It's not a all lost cause. I know I'm not allowed to address the family, but I want to extend my condolences to the family and this court for a problem that is taking over society, basically, with drinking as a way to medicate problems.
Well, thank you for being there and supportive. At this time, we will hear from Ms. Debbie Dean, the victim's wife.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. I just want to say that the last 3 years have really been very difficult, and I thank Reva for her condolences. However, the comment of thinking about my husband every night when the lights are turned out, especially for the holidays, I just want to reiterate that knowing how difficult the holidays are, receiving the phone call about this hearing during the Christmas holidays just really threw me in a loop emotionally that I had to go back to counseling. This has been so tragic. It is not easy going on in life without my husband. And today is very difficult. And I really think I forgave Reva, and like I said, I forgave her a long time ago. And I think that we were so very generous with her plea bargaining. And I believe that, you know, the judicial system needs to do what is proper in this case. You know, there is a problem with drinking and driving, especially in Louisiana, but I just want to say there are consequences to the choices that we make. And my prayer is that you will take into consideration the loss that we have felt, not just me, my children, my grandchildren, has been very difficult emotionally, financially. That I just pray that you would take much consideration into the way we feel in our opposition. And I thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. You're a very strong lady. At this time, we can hear from the daughter, Ms. Maury.
I'm with my mom 100%. It has been hard. I mean, you know, with the grandkids talk about their grandpa. You know, this is just, it's a hard, and everything mom said, I'm with her 100%. You know, we're here to support her, and we're just a strong family. And, you know, we oppose this. This is just, like mom said, we're very lenient to this, but, you know, I think she needs to serve what she deserves. That's just how we feel.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all being with us. I know it's very hard. Now, Kevin Frederick, family friend and attorney.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the board today. I guess there's 2 points that I'd like to make, and the first is, you know, Ms. Parker's plea arrangement was made after considerable consideration by the family. There was much discussion with the DA's office. Eventually, we did agree to the plea arrangement, which was made, and the sentence which was handed out. However, things might have changed if we had been known or been advised of the potential early release of this date. So that's a consideration that you know, in light of the fact that the family made certain concessions. I believe that needs to be weighed heavily by the board. And the second is, and this is more of an emotional thing, that you know, Ms. Parker is requesting early release, basically early freedom, which unfortunately the family is not going to recognize any freedom from the loss and grief that they had whenever Ms. Parker's sentence is eventually served. So again, echoing the comments made by Debbie, I think it would be important and a very important consideration for the board to think about the loss of that the family has sustained and the fact that they're never going to be free of that loss. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Parker, I have to be honest, in reading your file, when I saw the sentence you received, I was very surprised at how light the sentence was. It's a very light sentence. And to know that it was actually the family who allowed that makes it even more difficult to see you before me today. I wanted to ask the lieutenant, I'm sorry, are there any programs at your facility, the staff there? Could you answer the question? Are there any programs available to inmates at your facility?
There is a few reentry programs. I do know Ms. Parker has participated in some classes. What? I'm not exactly sure. I just see her in passing in the classes. So there are some reentry, but not heavily for women.
Ma'am, have you gone to any classes?
They offered one computer class that I have never received credit for. They had, we have two programs that I completed, one with Discerning the Voice of God, as well as a African American history program that I also never received accreditation for neither.
Those would not qualify for good time days. Ma'am, the state law requires that you have to have 100 hours of pre-release prior to early release. And also, you have not had a state certified substance abuse program, which is a requirement for me to see anybody out. Do my colleagues have any questions? Ms. Renanza, do you have any questions?
I just have a comment for Ms. Reva. Reva, when I look at your record, it is concerning to me when I see a history of domestic abuse incidents and other there was another, I believe, DWI arrest. So I have some serious concerns that I think you need to address through education and programs. Other than that, Ms. Ledoux, I don't have any questions. I want to thank Ms. Dean for her courage to be here today and share the thoughts of her family.
Okay, I just have one or two questions. Approximately how many DWI arrests have you had, Ms. Parker?
The vehicular homicide would have been the second.
In a second. And did you get one like 13 days earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Were you a bartender? Is that what I read?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, your case concerns me greatly. Greatly. I think you're a risk to public safety without any kind of treatment. My vote today is going to be to deny your parole. It would be hopeful that you would be moved to a facility where you can receive some kind of substance abuse treatment prior to your release on the streets. But my vote's to deny. Mr. Freeman?
My vote is also to deny due to victim opposition and law enforcement opposition. And we do need to get these programs, and I do thank everyone that showed up today.
Oh, I got a question.
Well, my vote, Ms. Ledoux, my vote is also to deny based on the plea agreement that the family agreed to and the opposition that's been expressed today.
Ms. Parker, the time for you to speak is not now. We've already had our interview and you have been denied parole. And you need to learn to cope with that anger that I see. And hopefully you can get that straight. That's not the way to respond to the hearing. So that concludes our business at that facility. It's 11:29 and we are going to be dismissed.
Sister.
Okay, the time is now 11:36. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge. Today on the panel, to my right is Mr. Freeman, remote is Ms. Renatza, Ms. Ledoux. And we are at OUACHITA Parish Correctional. Will the staff there please introduce yourself?
Good morning, it's Deputy Marchand.
Deputy Marchand, thank you. Would the offender please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Alicia Hernandez Quesada, 718861.
Okay. Alicia, you're before this panel today as a first-class offender serving a 37-year sentence for the crime of racketeering. You have a parole eligibility date of 6/1/2025, a good time date of 5/4/2028, and a full term date of 3/1/2053. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have 3 people here in your support today. Your sister, Monica Kadari, mother, Ms. Montez, and Jonathan Abira, cousin. And at the appropriate time, we will call on them. But the first order of business is that we want to ask you to tell us why you find yourself before this panel today. Tell us about your crime, and then also why should we consider an early release?
Yes, ma'am. I'm incarcerated for drugs, transporting drugs. And honestly, the time I've been here, I'm just a ball of emotions right now. So, I've learned a lot. I've grown a lot as a person, you know, and I'm glad I got put here because it helped me become the woman I am today. You know, I made bad choices and I'm not proud of them, but without those choices being made, I don't think I've ever would have learned anything that I have now. And just the drugs itself is something bad, you know. I've learned it and I've accepted it. And I've taken classes, I've worked. I don't have no disciplinary reports. I've taken this time as a learning tool to grow for myself. And any opportunities that was given to me, I've taken advantage of them to help me grow more as a person.
All right. Well, we're going to hear from your family at the time. If your mother would like to speak first, Ms. Montez, if you want to address the panel.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Tilly Montes. I'm Felicia's mother. And I think she should, like she said, she's grown a lot. I've seen a lot of changes in her. She's matured a lot. She paid for her actions. And I get, oh my God, I forgot what I was gonna say. She has matured a lot. I've seen a lot of changes in her, and she paid the price and she accepted it because she knew she had to pay for what she did. And I'm proud of her that she paid for what she did, and that the best thing that happened to her was for her to get caught and learn a lifelong lesson that it's gonna take her for the rest of her life. She's gonna do better And I know she's gonna do better because she had to learn the hard way. But she learned it. And I'm proud of her that she learned it, and she's gonna do better.
Thank you.
Thank
you. And the offender's sister, Monica, you wanted to?
Hi. Yeah. I'm Felicia's eldest sister, and I am honored to be able to speak on her behalf today. So, being the eldest, I know exactly how my sister was raised with the qualities and stuff that we were raised with. And I guess later in life, she did have maybe the wrong crowd of friends or whatever happened that led her into that direction. But she's always had our family support. I am very happy that she did get sentenced in Louisiana. I see that that state takes things a little better than I feel that they would have taken here in our state where we're located at. I see that she's always been participating in every program. Like she said, she's been participating in everything. Her whole goal that when we do get to speak with her is to be on every program that she can to be able to be successful. Her whole goal was to be able to prove that she is a better person, that she learned from all of her mistakes. She's always been willing to help in any way she could while she's been incarcerated. We did stop to see her one time. I've seen the great relationship that she did have with the other inmates as well as the facility, and how she was always being able to help however she could, whether it was cooking or cleaning or whatever they would give her to do those tasks. And I see that she was always doing it with a great attitude, always with a smile. She's never had any issues. She's always talking about what she wants to be or if she could get paroled. She's always been looking forward to this date. So I know in my heart that she has grown up, matured, and accepted everything that she had done in the past. And she knew what she was sentenced and be prepared to be sentenced for whatever she was. But her whole goal was she got that hope knowing that she could be paroled. She got that hope knowing that she could be in the work program, and she succeeded to get into all these schools. And I've heard nothing but good things in her behalf while she's been over there in Louisiana. And I really believe that she is ready to accomplish to at least be paroled out so that we can have some type of family life. You know, she was 26 years old when she got incarcerated, and you know, she's grown her adult time in there. So I know if the parole could grant her the ability, I feel in my heart, and I know that she will be successful, especially with the support that we have for her. You know, I think everything will be good with Felicia.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We know there's a time difference there. We also have Jonathan Ibarra.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you like to say to our panel?
I would like to say that I had stopped and visit Felicia, I think about 2 or 3 times on my way traveling back and forth from our home state back to where I live now. And me and Felicia grew up together as children. I think we're about a year and a couple of months apart. So we were really close growing up. She has grown a lot in her adult years, teenage years. You know, she was a little spunky and stuff like that. When I stopped to visit her the few times I did see that she has matured. Her attitude is way better than it was when she was a teenager. She seemed to me like she was, kind of might sound odd, but it seemed to me like she was happy, you know, when I stopped to see her, like she was thriving because she was accomplishing things in her life. Even though it was under these circumstances, she still took the best. She did the best that she could. And I mean, that's really much all I have to say. She does, you know, mean a lot to me. And I know that she's a changed woman. I can see it from her. I mean, we grew up together. We were together almost every day until, you know, we went our own ways out of teenage years. But
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. So Felicia, your case has been being handled by Mr. Freeman, and he's going to ask some questions at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, what was your role in the enterprise? What did you actually do?
I had drugs.
You did what now?
I had the drugs.
You had the drugs. How much drugs was it?
It was just under 3 pounds of methamphetamine.
Yeah. Okay, was this the first time y'all had done it, or this was the first time you got caught?
This was the first time I had came to Louisiana with drugs.
Mhm. Okay,
And,
did you have a problem at that time?
What
Were
was
you
that?
on?
Yes,
Okay, have you received any treatment while you've been in prison?
I have. I took risk management. I even tried to take it for a second time with the new teacher, but they told me I couldn't do that. But because you just learn different things with different, instructors and stuff like that. I took money management, risk management, phase 1 and 2, understanding and reducing angry feelings, domestic violence.
What was your favorite class?
I want to say all of them, especially the risk management, because it taught me on my way of thinking when using drugs and how, just your mind, I took them all really seriously.
Okay, that's great. Did you get to take the pre-release program? The $100 release? Okay, that's required by law now. Do they offer it there?
I think no. They just said no.
So they don't offer the pre-release. Is that a work release facility you at now?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there?
Since August of last year, and I've been working since September.
Okay, where do they have you working at?
I'm working at Cece's Coffee House.
Okay, and have you saved any money while you've been there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any children?
What was that?
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
And what did you was about to say?
I've sent money home for my mom too when she had to do some medical expenses.
Okay, great. That was gonna be my next question. Did you help out the family while you was in work release? Okay, you do have opposition from the Attorney General and the sheriff and the judge. Because it was such a large amount. Did you take a plea bargain or you went to trial?
I took a plea bargain.
Of 37 years?
Oh, no, I didn't take a plea bargain. I pleaded guilty to a PSI.
Okay, so you did, so they did a PSI, so you didn't know what you would be being offered?
Yes, I didn't know.
Okay. You have a low risk, a moderate need. Where are you gonna live if you get out?
I'm gonna stay here in Monroe and keep my job. And one of the co-owners of the place I work at is gonna help me with housing.
Okay. Did they put that in writing anywhere that they would help you?
No, sir, he just let me know, he told me to let him know after my parole hearing so he could set it up.
Okay, because if you want to go out of state, you got to do interstate compact.
Yes, sir.
Can't leave Louisiana until you have that, you would have that done. So about how long did this, how long was y'all involved in this? The movement of drugs?
It was in 16.
Mhm. And it went on for a while before y'all got caught?
No, I got arrested in 16 at the end of January.
Okay. So how long have you been in jail?
9.5 going on.
Okay. All right. I have no further, I do want to state that you have some support letters from Chief Kenny Bartolone and Deputy Kelsey Osborne. And you have no disciplinary record, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I'd like to ask, what made you determine to go to Vernon and Beauregard parishes from New Mexico?
I was in Beauregard Parish and I was gonna go meet somebody, and he never showed up. And I guess Vernon Parish was doing an investigation. And when I got caught in Boulevard Parish, I did my time already for the drugs, because that's where I got caught at. And Vernon Parish picked me up a month after my release and charged me in Vernon Parish. And that's where I'm doing my time at right now.
So did you have a drug arrangement that brought you there? Is that why you chose to go there?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Natsu, you have any questions?
I just wanted to have Mr. Hernandez clarify, were you also arrested in New Mexico for drug possession with intent?
No, ma'am.
Stolen.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you get arrested for a stolen vehicle?
Yes, it was it wasn't a stolen vehicle, it was unlawful taking of a motor vehicle. But the vehicle wasn't stolen. Well, it was, because I stole it from my mom.
Yeah, if you took it without permission, that's, yeah.
So it was.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Well, I want to Grande, Turtle Mississippi, no whip, keep the drizzle.
Oh, those are so famous too. Everybody gets them.
Are y'all prepared?
I'm prepared. No, Mr. Hernandez, 37 years, and I know it's racketeering, and reading the files, y'all had some real good connections to get these drugs. I don't know if you had the connections or it was people with you that had the connections, but it was a big operation. That's why the sentence was so severe. But I'm going to give you a chance today because I really believe you're trying, and I really believe you've straightened out a lot. But I'm just one vote now, so don't get too excited. You know, you're going to keep your job. They're going to find you a place to live. I do want to tell you that you need to keep in touch with your probation officer if you ever want to move, because you got to do interstate compact. You can't just leave the state. I'm also going to order that you attend 3 AA meetings per week upon your release. And that's my my decision.
Mr. Knudsen.
I agree. I think you're trying really hard. I think we have to get her the 100 hours,
Yes,
the pre-release. So I would grant after completion of the 100 hours with the same other conditions.
Felicia, my vote is to deny based on the fact that you're doing really well where you are. And I think that a little more time to maintain some stability. You're going to keep taking some classes and your dates will go up. So my vote is to deny, but based on a 2-to-1 vote, you have been granted conditional on.
No, it's unanimous.
Oh, it has to be unanimous.
It has to be unanimous.
Yeah, so then you are denied today. Sorry. You can write that you have to take pre-release. Okay?
Okay.
We're signing off. It's now 11:54.
So it's denied until
Good afternoon. The time is now 12:02. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is in hearings at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today on my right is Mr. Freeman, remote, Ms. Renatza, Ms. Ledoux. We are at the Southwest Correctional Center. And sir, please state your name and your DOC number for the record.
Nicholas Luther, 505-303.
Okay. Mr. Luther, you're before this panel today as a third-class offender, serving a 15-year sentence for, I'll just tell you, 70 counts of burglary in 4 different parishes. So you have multiple billings. You have a parole eligibility date that was 9/18/2018, a good time date 4/23/2028, and you have full term date of 11/19/2028. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, you have no one in support at this time or in opposition. Would you tell this panel why you're before us today, why you're incarcerated, and why we should consider early release?
Well, I was 28 years old. I come to jail for a bunch of auto theft, storage burglaries, and a couple other things. Would say I was young, but like I said, I was 28 years old. I'm still making stupid decisions. Since being incarcerated, I done got a lot older. It's been 11 years. I've tried to do everything I can to rehabilitate myself and to look at things different. I've gotten my eyes set, welding trade. I done took step program, step one, the whole step 1, step 2, and step 3 of the program. Tried everything I can to try to make myself better and ready for society.
So you've been in the STEP program for how long?
It took me 16 months to finish it.
You said that, well, congratulations on getting your GED. Have you had, did you have a substance abuse problem?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what have you learned through the STEP program?
Several things. One was, as far as a substance, you got to look past it. It's always going to be a day-to-day struggle that you have to try to look for better things to do than to really, because no matter what drug you do, it's always, the problem's still going to be there when you come down.
So where would you live if you were granted parole today?
Olive, Louisiana.
Where's that?
It's right outside of Alexander.
Oh, wait, in Louisiana?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it a halfway house?
No, ma'am. She was supposed to be on here. I don't know what happened. But I have a friend of mine, her and her husband's gonna let me come live with them. I'll be helping take care of her mother's property. Her mother's elderly, and since her husband died, she can't take care of the property. So I'll be mostly taking care of the property for her.
Okay. What happened to the other people that were involved in these burglaries with you?
Sherrod Champ made parole in 2019, and Dominic R.C. was released in 2016.
Did they get the same kind of sentence as you, or were you the ringleader?
I was given 15 flat. Sherrod Champ was given 12 flat, and Dominic R.C., with being a first offender, was given 7 years with good time.
So you've gotten quite a few classes. Which one do you think was the best one? What did
Actually,
you learn?
victim impact.
Tell me about it, because you have a lot of victims and some of them are opposed.
Well, the victim impact, it teaches you that everything is a domino effect. Just because you affected that person's life doesn't mean that's the only person you affected. You know, you affected their finances, their family, friends. You know, it's a chain reaction with it.
Do you have any contact with your family?
Most all my family has passed away since incarcerated.
Well, you didn't have anyone here. Mr. Freeman, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. How are you gonna handle, your drug problem when you get on the streets?
I've been doing good. I'm still planning to look for an AA in the area. We've looked up several in the Olive and Gina area. Majority of them is gonna be like in the Alexander area. But I gotta continue to go to treatment. It's a day-to-day struggle. It's not something that happens over, you can just walk away from.
Good, you need to realize that. And the only other question I got, I see you were moved from Caldwell for disciplinary. What was that about in 2019?
Oh, well, 2019, I went through several facilities for, they were switching over to the federal, inmates. I only have one write-up in all the time I've been incarcerated.
What was that for?
A Rule 1 and a Rule 3 back in 2018 in DCI.
And what did you have? What was your contraband?
A cell phone.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Natsa?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I would like to go into executive session.
Second.
Cheryl Renatza,
Yes.
Keith Freeman,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yes.
Yeah, I was supposed to have 3 people on it. None of them's on it.
Yeah, I know. I seen that.
I guess they got tired of waiting.
They didn't even ask to speak to me. They always ask to speak to me. But it's different. Everybody.
They got tired of waiting. No. I see one of them, like, I guess they're logged in.
You can call roll.
He's ready.
So it's 12:12 and we're returning to, our
I make a
hearing.
motion that we return back to, regular session.
Chair Renatza. P. Freeman,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux.
Yes.
Sorry, I was on mute, but yes, my vote was yes.
Mr. Luther, I wanted to review your file just a little more closely. So my understanding is that you've done the STEP program where you currently are housed in Southwest Correctional, correct? Okay, you're muted now too. So, so you have a period that you had a little bit of adjustment issues. And now for 16 months, you've been going through STEP. Sounds like you finally have come to some understanding of the impact of what you did.
Yes, ma'am.
I wish the people that you were going to be living with were joining us today. Sounds like that may be providing a more stable environment than you've been in the past. I am concerned about continued substance abuse problems. But my vote today is to grant with some special conditions, of which you will have to continue AA, for at least 6 months and comply with that. And I'm going to ask that your supervision be at a pretty high level so that you have to be supervised very closely for the first 6 months. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, my vote is gonna be the same. My special conditions are that you report to the probation officer once a month for a drug screen, at least one drug screen per month, and 3 AA meetings per week.
Ms. Renatson?
Well, Mr. Luther,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, the listening to you today really changed my mind. As I looked at the record, I thought there was no chance that I was going to give you any relief today. You had a good interview. You were able to express very well what you got out of the programs that you've been afforded the opportunity for. I'm also willing to give you a chance. You have a low risk score. So my vote today is also to grant with the same special conditions that you've heard by Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Freeman. Good luck to you. We don't want to see you again.
Good deal.
Thank you, ma'am. And you won't be seeing me no more.
Okay, good.
That concludes our business there. It's 12:15 and we're adjourning.
Thank you.
You did get it. Give me 5, buddy.
Man, I gotta go.
Good afternoon. The time is 12:24. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Today on the panel to my right is Mr. Freeman, remote is Ms. Renatza, and my name is Ms. Ledoux. Why don't you state your name and your DSC number for the record, sir?
Casey Morton, 757986.
Mr. Martin, you were before the panel today as a first-class offender with 2 counts of cruelty to juveniles. You have a parole eligibility date, 10/26/2024. You have an adjusted good time date of 11/12/2025 and a full term date of 1/26/2036. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we get started with our questioning, I'd like for you to explain to this panel why you are incarcerated and why do you think we should provide you with an opportunity for early release?
Some mistakes in my past, and I'm not proud of the person that I used to be. And I've spent the last 4 years doing a lot of work on myself and changing the person that I was before I came in here. And I've learned a lot in the last 4 years. Aside from just trade skills and work skills, I've learned a lot on changing the way that I think and the way that I handle emotion in general and carrying myself as a person. And I regret the person I used to be, and I do take full responsibility for the person I used to be. But I like to think that I've changed and turned into a better person.
Well, you haven't mentioned what you did. You don't like it. There were some mistakes. So why were you incarcerated?
I pled out to the charge of cruelty to a juvenile. I think I might have caused some trauma to my sister, and it's not that I don't like it.
We have your mother on Zoom today who
Yes,
would
ma'am.
like to make a statement, and Ms. Hibbs, now would be the appropriate time to make a statement.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Did y'all read the letter that I had sent?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to start by saying the boy that went to jail when he did is not the man that I've come to know. It's the few times I've been able to see him and the times we get to talk on the phone, he is a different person. And I'm so proud of the way he speaks of wanting to better his life, taking accountability for the actions that were made, and wanting to live a life where he can be the best person that he can be, and whoever he comes around. He comes from a wonderful family. We've been close our whole lives. This is the first time he's ever, I don't even think he had a speeding ticket. He's my best friend. He's been my rock my whole life. Right before Casey was arrested, his dad passed away from COVID. And then my mom, his grandma, also passed away. And then this past 2 years, my husband passed away. And I'm raising my little girl, his sister, not the same person who was in the court case. My daughter is 10. And every night she cries for her Bubba and her daddy. And I cannot bring her daddy home, but I can do everything I can to try and bring her Bubba home. Because
she needs some normalcy. She's in grief counseling for all the losses that she's had in her little life. I've had counseling. I know Casey's taking classes and he's had counseling. Everything he could get his hands on, he's done to better himself in the situation. He's been a trustee. I can't change the past, but I sure want to help him have the best future he can. We have a home in Walker, Louisiana. His room is ready and waiting for him when that time comes. He has a letter from a man named Andrew Hundley that will be getting him work through a work release program or reentry program. I need to put my family back together. I'm on disability. I can barely make groceries. I donate plasma twice a week to make grocery money for me and my daughter. And it sure would be nice to have someone help me raise her and someone help me put food on the table. And I know that this isn't his problem, me being in a situation, but I hope that you can maybe show compassion towards the entire situation because it does affect everyone. I want him to be accountable for his actions, and I believe he has. And I just pray for the whole situation.
Thank you very much. I know it's difficult.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'm going to turn it over and ask Mr. Freeman to conduct the interview.
Okay, Mr. Casey. First off, your sister. Okay, so it's not the girl that's home now. Where is the victim?
Living with her mother, I assume. I haven't talked to him in quite a while.
So how is she, that's your father's child? That's how she's your sister?
Yes, sir.
Allegedly.
My dad ended up having a child with another woman, and there was never, I don't know if there was ever a DNA test done, but we're pretty sure she's my sister. But I'm pretty sure she's living with her mother.
Okay. And have you taken any sex offender classes since you've been in?
No, sir. I was told I didn't need them since I wasn't a sex offender. I've taken, I got my high set, and then I took understanding and reducing angry feelings. And I took some more classes. They weren't actual DOC good time classes. I didn't get a certificate for them, but I took some parenting classes from people when I was at the DeQuincy City Jail that were certified to teach them. It wasn't a DOC certified class.
Gotcha. Okay. Were you on drugs, alcohol when you committed this offense?
No, sir.
I understand you wasn't charged with a sex offense, but the actual crime was a sex offense. So, this was a result of a plea bargain, or did you go to trial?
I took a plea bargain.
I'm first degree rape and sexual violation.
Okay. All right. I do want to say that the DA, the sheriff, the chief, and the attorney general are opposed, and as we saw, your mother is unopposed. I have, you realize you get out 11, 12, 25, no matter what we do today. You got another 200 days of good time you could earn. You would be out in about now if you would have taken all your classes. So I have no further questions. I'll listen to my colleagues and see what they have to ask.
I don't have any questions. Ms. Renatza?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Can I ask a question or is my time up?
We can't answer any questions about time or anything like that. So we'll just go ahead and continue if you don't mind.
Yes.
Now.
Okay.
Would
Mr.
it be
Frank,
possible to add something myself?
you may have a final statement. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say I was over there at DeQuincy for 2.5 years, and most of the time that I was there, I was trying to get somewhere where I could take more classes because I knew when I got to this point that would affect me in the end. And I could not get anywhere. I was working at Phelps 4 days a week while staying at DeQuincy, and I tried to get there for classes for a while. I just never could. I really was trying. I don't want anybody to think that I wasn't trying to get classes, 'cause I really was. I wasn't able to.
I understand.
That does happen.
Okay, thank you.
That was my question.
Yeah, Mr.
Okay,
Frank.
I think the panel's ready to vote. Mr. Morton, I'm not gonna lie to you, my vote today is gonna be to deny. You, it was a terrible, terrible charge, but you received a humongous break on. And, so I think it was a result of a plea bargain, and I think you need to do your time. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Notso?
I agree based on the plea agreement and the proximity of the full term date. My vote is to deny.
I also concur. So today, Mr. Martin, your request for early release has been denied. We wish you well.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. God bless.
Thank you.
Well, never mind.
Good afternoon. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is still at Claiborne, and it's 12:41. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record? Still on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. Justin Medlin, 775-045.
Okay, Mr. Medlin, the panel today is composed of Mr. Freeman to my right, Ms. Renatza remote, Ms. Ledoux. Going to read some information from your file. You are a first-class offender, and you're currently serving a 5-year sentence with indecent behavior with a juvenile. Parole eligibility date was 6/11/2023. You're not eligible for good time release, and your full term date 6/10/2026. Have you had a hearing previously?
Yes, ma'am. I had one July 27th of 23.
Okay. All right. We would like to ask you to tell this panel why you're currently incarcerated and why do you think we should provide you with consideration for early release?
Okay. As y'all read to me, I'm currently serving a 5-year sentence for indecent behavior. Let me first say what I did was wrong, and it affected not only myself, but most importantly, the victim and her family were the result of my actions and just how I conducted myself as a person in whole. As I've stated before, I met with Ms. Cheryl in 23, and I was denied parole because I didn't have a sex offender program when I was in Claiborne. Oh, not Claiborne, Richland Parish Detention Center. And I wanted to take the program because, one, I wanted to learn whatever bad habits I might have had that I might have not have intentionally known. And also I wanted to prove to myself, to the public and to the panel that I was striving really to better myself as a person and as a whole. So I got transferred to Bayou-Dorty Correctional Center. I successfully completed my sex offender program there and anger management. I didn't take the drug and alcohol because I don't suffer from drug and alcohol addiction or problems. After I graduated that, I became a trustee there. I was the law library guy, store, and the barber. But in a whole, the reason why I feel like I should be considered for early release parole is because, you know, me, like so many other people, are striving to better themselves, to understand that jail as a whole, the whole system is constructed to get people to realize that they made mistakes and that, you know, they did wrong, and to strive to be better people, not allow the quote unquote system to break them in a negative way, but break them in a positive way to help them, you know, be at your lowest point, because this is what's going to be your lowest point, or should be, and allow yourself to build yourself up and realize, hey, all right, Mr. Medlin, you did wrong. You broke the law, you hurt people, and you're paying for that. And you need to get better. Well, how to get better? Well, you look at first self-evaluate yourself. And that's what I've been striving to do these almost 4 years that I've been incarcerated, to realize that, you know, the actions and how I conducted myself was not appropriate, was not right, and that I needed help. And I hate to say that it took me getting down to my lowest point to, you know, wake up and smell the coffee in a sense and grow up and be you know, realize that how I was handling myself was not the best way of doing it. And that's not me as a whole person. But I feel like, you know, when I get back out there in the world, whether y'all vote to get me on parole or my full term date, I know that I'm going to get out there and I'm going to put my best foot forward and not allow this bad choice and decision that I made in my life define me for the rest of my life, but to also be a stepping stool in a sense. I know take a negative and try to make it a positive in a sense to where I never have to, look back, but only look forward, and to, never ever have to be put back in a situation like this ever again, because now I know to change people, places, and things. So I'll never have that hook up again.
I'm going to ask Ms. Renatza if she will start the questioning. It's been assigned to her.
Yep, thank you. Well, Justin, good to see you again.
Nice to see you, ma'am. Looking great as ever.
I'm glad to see that they were able to transfer you to Bayou Dorcheat and that you were able to take advantage of that program. Now, what is the most, when I reviewed your record again, you were 29 at the time this happened. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
She was 12.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And this happened on more than one occasion. So what did you learn? Give me like the top 3 things that you learned. You seem to like to talk and you're very good at it. But tell me what's the top 3 things you learned in that sex offender treatment that's going to help you with the rest of your life.
Okay. Number 1, accountability. You have to take accountability for your actions, because if you don't take accountability for your actions, you're not growing as a person. 1, 2, don't downplay it. What I did was wrong and I hurt somebody. Did I intentionally plan to? No, but my actions, and that resulted in hurting somebody, and I'm remorseful for that. And 3, I probably would say change your people, places, and things, because I don't know if it shows in the record, but my victim was my dad's girlfriend's daughter, and my dad, I love him to death, but hasn't made the best choices in his life. And that just was a negative situation that I tried to help, but it just didn't turn out right. Put it like that. And people, places, and things, because I surround myself usually with, good people, and I come from a good family, but I made a mistake. I made a poor choice, and it hurt people. And that's what hurt me the most, collectively, is that to see her hurt, because, I'm a grown man. She doesn't deserve to have to go through that. The family doesn't have to go through that, anything like that. And
so what is your relationship now with your father?
It's decent. My dad just got out of jail January 12th of this year. He did some time in Morehouse over apparently a domestic over his ex-girlfriend. Now,
so you're talking about Hope's mother, you're talking about? So they're not together anymore, you think?
No, ma'am. No, they haven't been together since like right before he went to jail. And I think he did like 9 or 10 months.
Okay. So let me ask you this. I'm going to let you talk in just a second. I wanted you to know that, as you know, part of the process, we reach out to the victims, and in this case, Hope's mother is not opposed to early release for you. She just wants to move on with her life, Hope's life.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, I know when you were at Bayou Dorcheat, or where you're at now, where are you?
Claiborne.
Claiborne. Have you been able to take the pre-release program?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. That is required by law now before we can do an early release. And I don't know if Claiborne offers that program. Do you?
I don't know. You're talking about like
the 100 hours they call it.
I think Caddo, where I'm from, does.
Okay.
CCC.
Yeah. So what is, if you're successful today, I don't know, you'd have to take the pre-release. What's your plan? Where would you go?
I'm gonna go back home with my parents for right now to help get back on my feet, because as you know, labeled as a sex offender, I have a few hurdles.
Some challenges, for a long time.
I have some hurdles, and I know that, and that's just part of my debt to society, and that's something that I've come to have to wear. And
so
that's
you
something
mentioned
I have to
your
do.
parents. Would that be your mother and your father?
No, my mom. I don't know where my mom's at, and my dad. No, when I say my parents, I mean my dad's mom.
Your grandparents, your
Yeah,
grandmother.
my
Okay.
grandparents. Yeah, they're the one that raised me.
Right. Where do
I
they
would be.
live?
They live in Keithville,
Okay.
Keithville, Louisiana, out there by Fort Wade Correctional.
Right. Yeah. Where would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
work?
I would probably go back working as a mechanic. I have some friends that live in Mansfield that actually run their own mechanic shop, family owned. And if not that, then warehouse, because I mean, I know how to do warehouse shipping and receiving. I know how to do welding, auto mechanics. So I have a vast range of options, I should say, but also if those don't work, I mean, there's also places out there that help. I can talk to the parole office in Shreveport and ask them, hey, give me a list of places that hire felons and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Is there any staff there in the room with you?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. There's 2 of them.
I can't see them. I wanted to ask them if there were any, well, you tell me, you've had any write-ups since you've been there?
No, ma'am, I haven't had any write-ups since I've been down, ma'am.
Okay, good. All right, well, I'm going to just sit back and listen to my colleagues.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman?
I have no question.
Mr. Medlin, you speak very well.
Yes, ma'am.
Your victim, I don't know where I read in here that it was consensual. Do you understand that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex?
Yes, ma'am.
17-year age difference between you and your victim. Do you think that you were taking advantage of her?
Intentionally, no, but as a whole, yes.
Explain to me what you mean by intentionally no.
Because the whole relationship in a whole did not start out as a situation like that. Put it in layman's terms, her mom's not a good person, her dad's not a good person, my dad wasn't a good person. And I was originally asked to speak to her by my dad and her mother to basically try to help her go through some of the emotional problems she was facing before I even met her. And I guess you could say I saw myself in her from the way I was raised up, and I felt bad. But then later on in the development of the relationship, she got too close, I got too close, and again, I made a horrible mistake, and I am paying for it. But again, it wasn't intentional, like, okay, hey, I'm gonna do this, or so on and so forth. It's just, it developed that way. And I had moments of weakness, and I regret that the choices I made affected that girl for the rest of her life, sadly.
Okay. You do have a static 99, which is our risk assessment tool. And you have a 2, which is moderately high on that tool. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Knotson?
Yes, I'm prepared to vote. Justin, I enjoyed listening to you today. You do like to talk. In my case, I do have some concerns. However, you did what was asked of you at the last hearing. You were denied because you didn't have the sex offender treatment. You applied yourself. You took that program. Sounds like you learned a lot from it. My vote today is going to be to grant your parole because of that, and that, Hope's mother has said she's not opposed if you've done what you're supposed to do, but you have to complete the pre-release program first, which means I'm going to make that a condition. So they'll move you somewhere that has it. If they don't have
Do
it
you want me
there.
to ask her real quick?
Well, if
behind
they
me
have
they
it there,
haven't?
then if they have it there, then you'll stay there to do it. If not, they'll move you somewhere that does.
Yes, ma'am.
After release, you're to report to your PO weekly for 60
Yes,
days.
ma'am.
First 60 days, you have
Yes,
to
ma'am.
comply, as you already know and have stated, with all the sex offender
Offender.
contract requirements. And
Yes,
you're to have
ma'am.
no contact with Hope Atkins or her family, ever.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur with Mr. Renata. I think you will benefit from probation and parole supervision. You'll be getting out shortly if we do not. So I want you under supervision. Make sure you do all of the requirements of the sex offender contract. So my
Yes,
vote
sir.
to grant with the same special conditions as Ms. Renata.
Thank you, sir.
My vote is to deny based on the a light sentence pled down for first-degree rape. I'm so pleased that you have taken your appropriate programming. That's going to be very helpful. You do have a release date 2026, and if you take any more classes, that would be good. But my vote today is to deny. So you've been denied today, sir. The time is 12:57, and that concludes our business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.